Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our Republic, hopefully for a little bit longer today. Last time, didn't do much, got a little bit sick, and I am still sick. However, I got some painkillers, and I think it's better now, so we'll see for how long they will last. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. Neo Contra, welcome too. We're probably close to setting out our orphanage to do propaganda soon. Still waiting on the majority of them to be 50% or higher loyalty. Other than that, our average loyalty has reached 45%. It's trending upwards. Looking really good so far. Hopefully, it will keep going. We are also in a situation where we will start using personal cars soon, and I'm interested to see if that will have any impact on it. Oh, right. It was very close to finishing last time. Guess we can use it right away now, so... We'll provide personal cars to our highly educated people. In our test, that didn't seem to raise loyalty for the people, but that's not really what I want to use them for. It just means I can send the very loyal people to certain areas, like the university outside. Alright, that is done. Now this university is gonna do much better again. I'm not sure this is gonna work the way I want it to, but the goal was to send very loyal people out this way to boost the loyalty of the people much better, so that they then can study in the university inside the city. So I'll provide like... How many people are... Like if we have like 5 to 10 professors with cars times 3, so 30 professors. I need 30 cars. I'm gonna fill one of the parking spaces up and see what happens. And the ownership will be university education only with a minimum loyalty of 75% or higher. That is a couple vehicles, 75,000 rubles worth of vehicles. We'll have a ton of personal cars now. These stops are not, these parking spaces are not traffic optimized because I don't think we need them to be. And only people with 75% loyalty are allowed to use them. And they need a university education. Having this not be traffic optimized means that it will spread out the traffic a little bit, I hope. However, they will have to drive out and get fuel. So that's gonna be a thing. Maybe at some point we'll make them traffic optimized, but I think at the destination it makes the most sense. If this doesn't work that well, then we're gonna tear them down again and make this traffic optimized, I guess. But it's just a little bit extra waiting time, I think. We got a lot of people with the required loyalty. All of them apparently are owned by people with university education and 75% loyalty. That's pretty sweet. Let's see. Now the goal is for them to drive here and work in this area, which apparently one person is doing. 76% loyalty. If this works really well, then we can increase the loyalty requirement, making sure that they always have like a place to work in. But yeah, I would like them to work here and provide a lot of loyalty to the workers here. I should request at least 50% loyalty, I think. Because then we can boost the students here to be able to study inside the city itself. I think this will work. This can be traffic optimized. I think this will have a lot more throughput. But yeah, this one I don't know. Like I imagine these ones don't have that much throughput because when they go shopping or do other things in the city, they wouldn't use the vehicle. So this shouldn't be too stressed, I hope. We will see. Some people with 99% loyalty working as staff. Of course that will have to be corrected, but we now have the minimum loyalty setting, so if they don't arrive with that loyalty by train, then the vehicles should be able to work as professors. Like the people arriving here by vehicle. I'm imagining a lot fewer people arriving by train being able to fill the slots now. Maybe we need to turn off the checkbox so the loyalty can be sent to as many people as possible. The preferring students according to their education. We did still have that one checked to make sure we have a decent amount of higher educated citizens, but I think maybe this will work better. If it does work. Another thing I learned at some point with the parking spaces is that if they cannot send their workers anywhere, but to a stop, they will send a lot more vehicles to this area. So we might have to rework this. We might have to make the parking spaces here, where they have to all go to the bus stop first. And then all the vehicles would drive here all the time, basically. I'm not sure if that is a good idea, but it would be an option. One professor with 75% loyalty, only able to teach one person. It's not great. So yeah, from here, if we could set it up in a way where they can't walk to the university directly, but they have to go to a stop first, that would pull a lot more vehicles. Maybe we can do it here by just getting rid of this footpath, this corner. So they have to walk in and get to the stop, and then from here they can go to the university. I would hope it would pull more people, but not right now. Maybe. I mean, there's still more vehicles heading here, so I guess it's good. I don't think I have to make that change. 4 vehicles heading here, 5. 4 already parked. Why is there only... Oh no, there's 2 workers, okay. Why do you have a vehicle? You arrived by train, I imagine. Where are the other people? They walked to the bus stop already? Where are you? Working at university? Working at university? Also university? Are you already in the building? Is it also university? Why do you have the vehicle? You have 71% loyalty. Get out. I'm not sure where they are. %96 loyalty, 86, 71, 89. Okay, you arrived right now. And you're not walking to the university, you're instead walking to... No, you're walking to the university. Okay, maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe it will start working this way. Okay, now that's a lot of workers here. If we check someone... 36% loyalty. Are you gonna get a loyalty tick? No, still at 36. Is the university in the city negatively affected? Not really. Still doing okay. We got more room for very loyal people, that is acceptable. We got more room for people with a regular loyalty, I think. Feels like we're quite low on that. Okay, these two are both set to high 50 to 75. There's a lot of room for decently loyal, highly educated workers. Should not be a concern. Yeah, one parking space here is probably enough. %99 loyalty, let's go. Doesn't seem to work as efficiently as I thought it might. Especially if they don't get a loyalty tick. 39% loyalty. I might have to prefer them based on loyalty. Based on education, I mean. But we're trying to push people over 25% to like 50 ideally. And then they can switch over to studying inside the city. But I don't think they're actually going up in loyalty. For some reason. I thought they would. %75% or higher, please. Which is crazy that we can probably achieve that no problem now. It's going to make every student a very loyal citizen. 46% average loyalty now. No 21-year-olds without their own flat yet, so we don't have to go and investigate that. Prison is churning out very loyal citizens with a very small amount of time. Could probably reduce the sentence lengths even more once our population grows. But ideally, this will always make 100% loyal people. We're trying to still increase the amount of highly educated people living in the city, because then most criminals caught and apprehended are going to be higher educated citizens, and if we then push them up to 100% loyalty, they can work in the university. Yep, ticked up to 75% loyalty. Excellent. From 73. I have to pay attention to the situation with the higher educated numbers. Because while this looks kind of neat, we might lower our like amount of highly educated people. If I run it this way, it might start dropping again. And then we'll have to turn this back on to like 50% or lower for the teachers. Or like 30% or lower for the teachers. But yeah, I guess we'll be running the personal cars for now. As a test. I don't think it's going to boost the loyalty of the people running the personal cars, but they can use them. Why not? And yeah, the parking spaces only in the beginning were a little bit overloaded. You just drove from here to here because, I don't know, to work in the party HQ, sure. That's a drive to work, I guess. If we want to do a large amount of research, we can turn this down to like 30% for the professors and just focus all efforts on research at that moment. I would hope you would tick up to at least 50% and then you can keep studying in the school. You're that close to actually being neutral about the government. Hopefully you can do it at some point. It would be for your own benefit. Maybe next time. %40 loyalty, but probably not getting a loyalty tick, unfortunately. I'm gonna allow 40% loyalty and above. That means some from the train should be able to work in here. Hopefully increasing the throughput a little bit. While still leaving room for workers from the personal cars to work here too. Because having like 3 workers with 40% and 1 with like 99%, maybe it averages out to still giving them a loyalty boost. People refusing to work in the kindergarten, causing some unemployment issues. Not a lot, but... well, I guess right now there's not that much demand in the city. It's still Prosco who has those issues, because they have no kindergarten. Everything got modernized, but Prosco still looks as it did before. All water trucks are currently busy, which is a bit of a concern. No sewage truck, you're gonna go back, sorry. I think I'm gonna get another water truck because I worry that we are running out of water. Nah, it must have just been a coincidence. But yeah, if we go past 3 trucks, then I would definitely hook up the running water. The YA 4 is already not available anymore. We'll get rid of that above ground wire too. I'll just leave it going towards Prosco because it's a village and it kind of makes sense visually. The project though is going to be here to stay. Not sure if it'll be a university going forward, but we will be able to find a use for it. It could be another village, could be the logging area, but we already have a passenger route through here, so maybe instead it could be like a settlement making bricks, for example, requiring a decent amount of workers, or just a factory. We could tear down the university and just turn it into a factory area. But the main goal right now is still to increase our amount of higher educated citizen as much as possible. Why was this at 73%? That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, okay, I know how it happens now. I know the bug now. Okay, so if you have like let's say an orphanage, and you set this bar to something, and then you open it, and your mouse is over the slider while you're opening it, it applies the setting right away. Alright, I'm gonna write that down and report it. Hello Zadlier. Welcome. Okay, now I know why sometimes these sliders go crazy. That is a little bit silly. Loyalty trend looking really, really good. So the same thing should happen for the prison, right? Yeah. Alright. Not ideal, but maybe it can get fixed. I'm not too worried about the arrival to prison. Like, the people going there can have low happiness, their loyalty will driven very high, and then that's all that matters, I guess. And the people who are somewhat disloyal, below 50%, maybe we can get them up to 50%. You are going to go up by... Wait. Are you going to go up by like 100%? No, wait. So you get like 20 ticks. No, 20. You got 2 years left. 2 years. It does 0.2 per tick. So you have 10 ticks. 10 times 10 times 5 is you get 50% loyalty. Oddly enough, don't really think I ran into that one, but I like see buildings in question with the window. It's rarely in the leftmost third of the screen when I click them. Ah, yeah. Yep. I'm getting so much loyalty now. From 19 to 25% loyalty. Yeah, you're gonna release a very loyal citizen, I think. Very good. I think I'm going to turn on this checkbox again. They should focus on the people with the already highest education level and get them finished up, I guess. Just keep the leveling up. Create more highly educated people. I'm going to turn the city into mostly highly educated people, because then most of the prisoners are going to be highly educated, which means that most of the people releasing from prison with 100% loyalty are going to be highly educated. But it shouldn't really matter that much, because even if they're regular educated citizens, they will have children with very high loyalty, and then they will get a higher education with a high loyalty. Overall, it should hopefully work out to be about the same. Only 79% productivity, because not so happy. But we can fix that once we release from prison. Probably. Can we push for 50%? A couple here are 50%, someone are 97%. Let's try 45%, that's gonna cut most of the average population out. I mean, we're on average 47%, so might be doable. Should be doable. I'm not sure if we can go 50% yet. We also need to make sure we don't have a massive crime spiral from the orphanage appearing. Unless we want more criminals, I guess. But crime reduces loyalty, and therefore must be minimized. Once we get to 50%, we can also start using the loyalty boost in here. And I guess here it only matters that they like release from the orphanage with 50%, I think. 100% would be nice, but strictly not necessary. Not strictly necessary. But we could push for it, I guess. I mean, we need to see if this stabilizes or not. We still need another 5% on top. Let's see if we have enough workers with that loyalty to run it that way. Definitely don't want crime. Crime is bad. Really, really bad. I'm so happy the loyalty spiral works. Crime is bad, okay? Yes. According to preliminary test results from last science time session, the only three things that notably reduce loyalty are lack of food, lack of meat, and crime. Everything else can have an impact on loyalty, but a victim of crime will have their loyalty drop by like 10% or more, which can be quite bad. Everyone in an area will have their happiness drop, and the victim will have their loyalty drop and happiness. So if we have a bus stop with 400 people and there's crime committed on the bus stop, then everyone will have their happiness affected. Crime is really bad. Got one more research. Could go for the monuments for aesthetic reasons. All 4 remaining students in the Hall of Residence have less than 50% loyalty, so they'll have to go to the outside area to get their education. Are these students even getting to the train platform? I don't think they are. I think they walk to like a different bus stop, are they not? Oh no, they're walking to the train platform, okay. There's just way too many students here. Train throughput is not adequate. Nor is it meant to be. Our university can handle only so many people, and there's no need for me to put in a more high capacity train route if the university can't handle it anyway. But yeah, I guess if they get to the train platform and no one picks them up, they should just not be able to go back to the other bus stop, otherwise they're gonna wait here indefinitely. And that has had some problems before. Basically, students never aging. Could be a problem. That might be the reason why we have relatively low, steady population growth. Because we're keeping the students in stasis. Like, look at this. Once they grow up to be like someone studying, we're just getting more and more of them. Like, they're all waiting to grow up. We're gonna have a population explosion. That's a way to control your population, right? You just send them from bus stop to train station back and forth, and they never grow older. They just hang out there, join gangs, do other things. Me unassigning that setting from the train station right now will have the repercussion that population growth will probably explode a bit. And it also probably will mean that Prusco will hopefully see some population again from the disloyal citizens. Disloyal meaning less than 50% loyalty. But also that our average loyalty might go down. The Peter Pan class, yeah. I think that was what's happening. I think our average loyalty might take a little bit of a nosedive. But what should happen is definitely the this number should start going down. I don't know. Maybe it's not the case. Maybe I'm just imagining things. The other thing that could happen is that my hall of residence for the students is going to fill up. But then again, they would already have moved in here, because they don't go through the train setup to actually study. 54% loyalty at 1.17. If you have an education tick, what is your loyalty going to be? 56. 2% loyalty gained. Not bad. You know what? I want to finish the research. So that setting changed again because the window opened. Put this down to 30. Everyone research. We'll send out all highly educated workers to research right now, and the students will have to wait, I guess. That shouldn't take too long, hopefully. And then we can get back to providing higher education. But for now, let's do the research. I would like to see if there's like resources nearby that we could extract. Because we can just hook it up to a train platform with passenger platform and then transport the resources away from it. Local incinerator, maybe depending on what like waste types we have. Everything should be handled by train, like manageable by train, I think. I might have to tell the train that it needs to load more workers. 13 workers to 52 students is a little bit low. Or I do add those extra passenger cars for the student train. If this is like the university that provides education to the general population, so we have as many highly educated people as possible, then maybe I need to just transport that many people to the area. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. %61% of the children are 16 to 21-year-olds. I think we have a massive population bubble brewing right now. We'll probably pop. Oh, no power. %16% sounds like a normal amount. I would have imagined that the other numbers were better, like 0 to 6 and 7 to 15. I assumed would be higher amounts, because they together are a little bit more than half that of the last 5 years. 130 0 to 6, 198 7 to 15, and then 500 16 to 21 year olds. That sounds like a very high population bubble. I expect all of these numbers to be about even. %44 of our citizens are children. Do I get more passenger cars? Not during winter, otherwise they're gonna freeze. Children making up 35% of a healthier long-time pop is normal. Yeah, 35%. Currently it's 44%. But why shouldn't you have like... Okay, it's an industrialized nation, I guess, so... But like each... like 0 to 6%, 0 to 6 years should be more than 16 to 21 years, should it not? Like, we only have a quarter of the children are 0 to 6 years compared to the 16 to 21 year olds. So we have 0 to 6. That seems to be about even throughout the years, I guess. 7 to 21, rapidly increasing. But that is like a different split than what is shown here, because 7 to 15 is like its own category in that area. But it's mainly because of the other numbers, I think. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Actually over 71 now, 47 now. Soon going to round up to 48. I'm heading towards 50. This does not look healthy. Let's go back down to 40%. Make sure that the orphans don't turn criminal. Not having that. Birth rates go up and down. Yeah. I would expect there to be more young children because of the free flats we have, but it all piled up because I locked the students in place, I think. That's what I'm trying to say. Perfect timing. The train did not have to slow down into the signal because the other train was already past the junction. Barely. Almost didn't make it. Yeah, let's finish the research. We might have another like higher educated dip, but I don't think it's gonna be too dramatic. We're at 43% higher education. I wonder if I'm going to run into the issue that I have too many people wanting to study at the very loyal university. That would be a problem to have. Too many people with over 50% loyalty, or even like 60 or 70. Everyone's too loyal. I don't think it's going to be the case. Like, I think the university is going to work really, really well with very many loyal people. And I can crank it up to like 40, at which point we might make this university obsolete at that point. Oh yeah, you're not loading higher educated citizens anymore. I gotta change that, I think. Because if the city slowly turns mostly higher educated, then at some point our heating plant's not gonna get any workers anymore. And that's gonna be terrible. Should hopefully not affect the other university too badly. Yeah, make sure we bring the majority, which are highly educated people, down this way. I'm sure they're going to be fine working in the clothing factory. Don't think their loyalty is going to drop from that, hopefully. That would be another test, like, do people with a higher education hate working in like workplaces with that only require a basic education? Because I don't think they do, but I don't know. Do you have any prisoners in the heating plant? No. Our prison is only re-education. No one here works. There's no prison labor being done right now. We're using the prison to boost the loyalty of the prisoners only. I don't know how it would affect their like serving a sentence timer if I would make them work. Because I assume if I don't make them work, they spend most of their time inside the prison, ergo they will have the most like ticks basically. And I want as many ticks as possible at the loyalty gain of like 6%. So you're gonna be at 100% after this session. It's a very efficient prison. I think I can cut the prison time down if we're getting 6% now. All I care about is the loyalty that the prisoners release with. And the crime should be as low as possible, of course. They're gaining more loyalty than they're getting their crime reduced. That's how it is right now. 35% loyalty, you're probably going to drop down to not less than 30%. 33, okay. A 1.8 prison sentence divided by 0. Not divided. No, divided by 0.2, I guess. So you're going to have 9 sessions times 5. So almost 50%, 45% loyalty. Plus, you're going to release with 78% loyalty if everything goes well. Maybe more if it's a 6% gain. Which it seems to be in most cases. So once their free time ticks over, they get the loyalty percentage that it says inside the prison. They get all effects, so the prisoner will also be at 0% criminality on the first tick, because they get a minus 5.5% decrease. So if you only care about criminality, then you might already want to release them right now. The culture enjoyment is going to be down in the tank, but who cares? They can go to a cinema or gallery of the art afterwards. All I care about is that the loyalty is as high as possible. And yeah, they will have 10 sessions times 50, 10 sessions times 5 or 6, so 50 to 60, maybe even more, like it's above 6% right now. Might even release with 100% if it goes really well. But it seems to be at least over 5, so at least 50% loyalty on top. So like 81% or more release loyalty. It's crazy. I think the clothing factory is going to work more efficient now too, because I'll be sending more workers its way once they've made sure the heating plant is fully staffed, I guess. I thought they would send more workers here. I still need more people that actually walk to the train platform, because we could send so many workers to this area. The clothing factory must run efficiently. I need electricity here, I think, if I want to build housing next to the train platform. I might revert the personal car situation, I'm not sure yet. It's nice that they're using it, I guess. Any workers to the heating plant, please? That'll do. A minor loyalty drop. They should release with at least 35% loyalty. They had a significant loyalty drop before. Sometimes they lose their parents late and then they go in here, I guess. Or their parents get like imprisoned for some time. During that time they are orphans. Yeah, I wonder if I could run a republic with all children trying to get a university education and never being allowed to get it, and no one ever growing up. That would be a bit weird. Just a little bit. road. There we go. I'll put a power supply here, and then we can build more housing right next to the train station. Can we request 50% or higher loyalty in here now too? Because this is still like low loyalty. Just to make sure that the orphanage ran correctly. But since the average loyalty of the Republic is going up, technically it should be possible. Well, this building hasn't filled up yet, so I guess let's not do that right now. Because these are already working at the orphanage if the prison is already overfilled. If at some point we run into the situation where the highly educated workers have nowhere to go, then we'll start filling them into the buildings that work in the prison and orphanage as well. Because we might as well filter by education. That's a good enough filter for me. Our construction office also has to be relocated into a more permanent location at some point. How's the battle for loyalty going? Hello, Pion. Pretty well. 48% now, stable. And trending upwards still. So the main goal of going over 50%, we're probably going to achieve this session. Unless something collapses. The setup is seemingly rock solid now. And if we ever get over 60%, then we are more loyal than migrants from the Eastern Bloc. Which would be a great success. A lot more houses, higher educated, basic education, over... Can we filter over 50% loyalty now? Like, wait a minute. Is this filling up? No, not yet. We still are waiting for this building to be done with 50 to 75% loyalty. I guess these are gonna be... No, we're still gonna make them lower loyalty. For now. Although if the average loyalty of the Republic is already that high, then I don't know why I'm still setting those checkboxes. It's just keeping the average loyalty down. Put nuclear option on my wish list. Was pleasantly surprised that the system requirements are pretty low. Yeah, that game was a lot of fun. I might stream that a bit more. I need to get good at it though, but I hope I can play that multiplayer at some point. Co-op though, no PvP, thank you. I would not want to play that PvP at all. That seemed very potentially stressful. But yeah, really cool game. And a lot of stuff going on. Makes it feel very alive. I don't know about that footpath yet. Maybe. That's a silly footpath because they already have a connection here. I guess we can leave it that way. Unless we build another house here, but the roundabout was probably going to stay clear. Suddenly, the population of 16 to 21-year-olds has dropped to 447. From, well, we can't compare it here completely, but yeah. We revoked the bus setting and now everyone's basically growing up, which is hilarious. And the people, yeah, are growing up. Okay, I don't know if that... I mean, I'm gonna report it, but I don't think that can be changed, and I guess it's like... I don't know. Basically, you can prevent students from aging. So you can, like, put your own population growth on hold. Oh, 121-year-old without down flat. Who's it gonna be? Is it someone with, like, over 75% loyalty? It looks like it might be. Because I have this building. This one, also full. And then I thought I had one more, but I don't remember which one. Maybe I only had two. Let's flip this one over. See if it fills up with a worker with very high loyalty. Yep. Someone was waiting to move in somewhere. Alright, I guess that means we're going to make all of these for very loyal people then. I don't know what happens once electronics become in demand. But we might be able to achieve a more loyalty than with radio and or TVs. If it keeps trending this way. Still 48%. Is it over or under 48% and rounding? Still under 47.91. But yeah, 50 is the goal this stream, and then 60 like the runs goal, I guess. That would be glorious. Hello, Percuss Welcome. If only they would send more than one doctor at a time, then people could actually get a treatment. But I guess the amount of higher educated citizens here is really, really low. Because we don't have that many disloyal people anymore. Research done. Excellent. Temperature low. Why no one work in heating plant when heating plant right next to everyone? Probably because highly educated people don't want to work in the heating plant. Also, the heating plant is not set up as a destination. I guess that would explain it. Orphantopia succeeded? So far it looks like, yeah. We're approaching 50% average loyalty in the Republic. Looks like it's trending the way it should be. Please run heating plants so people no die. Thank you. Excellent. So this stream, I think we're going to get to 50%. I don't see any faults with it so far. The loyalty is just going up like crazy. I'm in the process of trying to get the orphanage to also run with 50% or higher loyalty, because that one has not been running with high loyalty. Just reducing criminality. Yeah, there's an orphan with 71%, got like put into the orphanage because parent probably like did something not so nice. I wonder if if the orphans only have like a loyalty drop of 0.3 to 0.5, they might even counter that with loyalty gain from the school. So maybe already the like loyalty is increasing. If we had someone with like age less than 6, I guess we could check. Yeah, seems to be working very well. Gonna extend the housing some more, get more population going. Maybe I'll have to set up the running water. I don't feel like doing it, but... Oh, and we got the research done, so we know about the resources now. I completely forgot. Coal. Massive coal deposits southeast of us. More than 10 kilometers away. Oh, iron east of us. Not that far away. Behind Prusco. Next to another rail connection. Oil is nowhere near us. Yeah, doesn't look bad. Like, we could do an iron mine. It's out here in the flat, huh? That means it's quite easily accessible, I guess. Sheesh, yeah. We might have to... Is this a large custom? No, it's not a large customs house. If this was a large customs house, a flipped large customs house with the rail connections on the right side, I would have rebuilt it manually, because the ones that are on this map do not behave correctly. They have very low throughput. You send a truck into them. I mean, not for the trains, but for the road vehicles, but still, I would rebuild it just in case I sent like a lot of road vehicles to it. So technically, I guess we could build to that. The only thing we would need is an iron mine, a fire station, aggregate loading station, a waste incinerator probably, and a storage for the construction waste. Then we could load the iron ore onto the train and export it directly to the border for now. It's not that valuable anymore. And it would be better to export it to the western border, because the price difference between east and west is very low. If we have something where the price difference is a lot higher, then yes, it's better to export to the east, but when both prices are almost equal, US currency is better. And yeah, anyone studying in here with 50% loyalty is just going to have their loyalty increased because of the professors having that much higher loyalty. So no one here should be in risk of dropping below 50% loyalty. It's just going to go up for them, pushing up the average loyalty of the Republic even more. Same for the school. $48.25. Less than 2% to go. I think this means we'll also have fewer orphans now, because they're not going to wait indefinitely anymore. I think this is the reason why the orphanage was so full, because they stopped aging. Like, who said it? Said Lear. We Peter Panned the orphans, basically. No one was allowed to grow over the age of 21. Yeah, if the students had the same time setting of like someone going shopping, then the problem would be solved, I guess. Because the shoppers have like a maximum free time, so maybe if the students would have the same time of like at most 16 hours. That doesn't reset when you send them from one stop to another, then the problem would go away, but I don't know. Might cause other problems, of course. How to say. Do I have to let people with high loyalty move into here now, like more than 50%, so we have some highly educated people in the area? Or is this still just going to be like an orphan creating machine, I guess? What was the big reason for success? Crime reduction into prison loyalty? The big reason was to not focus on the orphanage but the prison, yes. The orphanage is not creating any loyalty at the moment, just the prisoners. And then we were feeding 4 more prisoners back into the buildings that would work in the prison. And if they had at least a 50% loyalty, they can work in here, which gives a loyalty boost. In the beginning we had also longer sentences, so people would get released with higher loyalty. But now that the loyalty gain is so massive, we cut it down to like 2 years in prison, and that seems to like push people up close to, if not to 100% loyalty. Or at least like way over 50%. So this person is gonna have another 3 loyalty ticks of 5% or higher. So they'll release with like 83% loyalty. 1 loyalty tick at the end of every free time with the percentage applied that the person is currently at. So after this session, definitely 73%. And then another 10%. Going to 2 years, so 2 out of 2 years, and then they have to do another session. Always, it takes like 0.2 years per tick. Like I said, I don't know what happens if I were to run prison labor. Let's try it once. Let's try it with like one group of workers, of prisoners, to see what happens to their progress timer. Let's try and bring them to the clothing factory. Okay, let's add it in a way where they'll wait until they have at least 1 person loaded, I think. Remove the depot. Okay, now we have 1 person. Rodin Gleb Leonardovich, 67 loyalty. 1 out of 1.6 years. Normally they would tick to 1.2 out of 1.6 years if we weren't using them for prison labor. But now they're going to spend a decent amount traveling, so this might modify the time. And if it goes to 1.3 or 1.4 out of 1.6, they will get fewer loyalty ticks at that point. So re-education, if you want to do re-education, you would not do prison labor, I guess. I'll have to see what it looks like. 7.5 hours of work shift. If it goes up to 1.3, I wouldn't do that anymore. If it's still at 1.2, I don't know. Could use it, I guess, but also wouldn't be that important. They do work a nice amount of time, I guess. I don't know if it has any other impact on any other things for them, but yeah, 80% productivity for prisoners, not bad. And the serving a sentence timer will update after the end of free time, not during the work shift. Unless of course there's like a game mechanic where it also modifies after the work shift, because that one certainly takes a lot longer than just like waiting for them to serve their sentence. Down to 378 16-plus-year-olds. It's going down quickly. So now they will finish their free time, and then we'll see what the serving a sentence says. I still think it makes sense to not put them to work, because I want my prison to run through as quickly as possible. But if it says, it should say like something like 1.3 or 1.4 out of 1.6. Because that took a significant amount of time. But yeah, prison labor would be something else then. Let's see. They will still get the loyalty tick, but if it says a 5% loyalty tick and then it goes up to 1.4, then they will have lost out on 5% loyalty total for that prison stay. No, still 0.2. So making prisoners work means your prison stays full for longer, I think. If you do not want to have a full prison, don't make them work. Because they had to be driven all the way down here, do their work and then teleport back, and they still got a 0.2 increase only. That person is going to be in prison for a little bit longer than the other ones. Okay, this building should be 50 to 75% loyalty now too. That one is definitely working in the orphanage. Or should it? No. That one should be low loyalty. And we'll unassign it once we have the other houses filled with enough loyalty. Because this one has still 60 spaces free for people with high loyalty. Basic education only. But still. I'm going to increase the amount of potential workers in the party HQ here because we're getting more and more people with high loyalty that I all want to be able to run through in a reasonable amount of time, so that our student hall doesn't necessarily fill up. Yeah, and disloyal people can get a university education outside of the city, if they have at least 25% loyalty. We have set that up for them. Should be close to 49%, I think. This is going to struggle now because we're down to 362 16 to 21 year olds. So that number is plummeting. People are now finally growing up. We're gonna go into like a birth slump rate at this rate. How is it for this year? Like, let's compare it. Yeah, we had way more deaths and escapes than births this year, so population has already decreased this year for that number. For total, like, population is going down. I wonder if a high loyalty will lead to fewer births in total. Okay, the last 3 years were definitely fine. Last 2 years, also fine. It was just this year. It wasn't so great yet, but it's probably going to recover. We're only 25 people in the hole, I guess. Are we going to hook up the iron? I would have to make a large settlement just to fill it with workers, and we already need to fill the clothing factory up first. I don't see a need for another industry right now. Definitely could use some more money though. 33,000 foreign manpower. But yeah, we're unloading all workers, foreign workers, and then we're loading foreign workers again because I don't want to import too many. So this should not not get too many foreign workers. It'll always like be at around the same rate of excess foreign workers in the area. It's not going to fill up dramatically with like hundreds of people at the bus stop. Because we're loading some foreign workers and driving them back to the the customs house, so ergo there's not enough room for more people to go into the vehicle. So I guess we can get rid of this. We still have a vehicle depot here that we can use for exporting. This was only necessary for the horses because they needed a horse pasture to be put onto a vehicle depot. Right. I need a track builder again for the demolition of that. Go repair that real quickly. Major epidemic, because why not? I do have a hospital now. Not contagious, okay. I guess the extra foreign workers was because we were building more houses and then we're getting more migrants from that. 49% now. Less than 49 still, because of rounding, but yeah, loyalty is solidly going upwards. Yep, I think I would know how to restart this like in future runs to go for high loyalty. But the thing we won't know for a while is if it's still sustainable after 1960. The electronic demand might be too much at that rate. You were getting repairs? No? I don't know what you were doing. Are you like like coaling here or something? Maybe. How bad is the prison if we don't have electricity? Oh wow, we would still gain loyalty, even without electricity with this. Everything else would be worse, but interesting. New challenge run incoming, no electricity. Well, this wouldn't work with like no heating plant, but I guess you could do a no Asia, no electricity run. So many students with high loyalty, it's so cool to see. Yeah, a lot of highly educated people in here who will have their loyalty increase significantly. It is all working the way it's supposed to with the new plan. It's really cool. I think I'm gonna add another train car to the trains heading over to Bislady Heating for the potential of bringing more workers to the clothing factory, but only once the wagons here have been filled, which they're currently not yet. But with the extra houses, maybe they will be. Is the foreign manpower cost just like going up like crazy because we just keep using it? It's at 37 rubles now. Maybe I do have to run a passenger train over to Ustron. Or just some buses, I don't know. Making this run with our own workers. How are the prices for resources? Oil is very cheap. Extremely cheap. Iron is cheaper than before. Okay, just a little bit of reduction. Wood is as cheap as oil. Gravel price just trending upwards continuously. Gravel would be very easy to set up. Just a production line for gravel export if we have any gravel quarries nearby. I don't see any, but it's probably some that could be found. Is there like a keybind you can hold to not bulldoze anything? No. At least not that I know. I just figured out that you can use the bulldozer to basically get rid of these like dirt patches next to a road. And make it like really nice and grassy. But probably doesn't work so well if you're like doing that in a city with like pipes and wires underneath. But still something good to know, I guess. Okay, clothing factory has more workers again. Should just increase as the amount of population in the area starts going up too. More workers at the train platform. More workers in the clothing factory. Gonna reduce the amount of workers in here again. Make sure that we don't burn through too many workers in the area. The amount of highly educated workers is still increasing, I would imagine. Yeah, easily. So let's not overdo that. Just a gradual, constant increase is fine. We don't need to speed that up even more. How far are you away from wanting your own power generation? I was already considering it because we had the situation where sometimes I do miss like power going out for a while. And having a coal power plant somewhere that makes it so that if I don't see our money going down to zero, would prevent us from having to deal with like a complete power outage. And we do not have more power demand than 7 megawatts right now. We have probably like 1 megawatt? Half a megawatt. So yeah, I kind of want one, but it would be hooked up to the train line as well. Maybe if we build the iron mine, we can have a coal power plant on the route. I don't want to put it next to Bislady heating. I think the pollution is already a little bit high. But then again, it would work. We could put the power plant here, I guess. Get to 1.21 gigawatts? Impossible. That's like the speed of light. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. So this train now sometimes should bring workers back if it brings that many workers to the university. I think... yeah, it sends some people back to the train platform. Why are you here? You should be able to study inside the city. I don't know. No 21-year-olds without their own flat. 16 to 21-year-olds down to 271. That's a decrease by more than like 50% now. Looks more sensible. City University full? No, not really. It's still running at only 15 workers. I don't want to overstaff it. A small queue here is fine. And yeah, every party official teaching here has a loyalty of over 75%, which is amazing. So everyone from the students will be pulled up towards 75%. They might not reach it, but their loyalty is basically going up. Those with 50% loyalty will have a higher loyalty afterwards. And it means that anyone, even if they don't finish the university education, if that was a situation that could happen, they would then be able to work at least in the prison. I might have to open this up to like highly educated workers with enough loyalty, because I think we're going to run out of people with regular education at some point. But not the case yet. If there's someone with a basic education going to prison, they're gonna get released with that loyalty. And then they can work in prison. 88% loyalty. That's a current worker. You have 65 loyalty, 3 more ticks. So you're gonna get another 15% on top. I don't know where you lived for before this, but you're gonna live here somewhere and then work in the prison. Yeah, the orphanage has way fewer worker issues now. Because there's way fewer orphans here, since they actually grow up again. Should I try for 50% loyalty? Because I think with that few orphans we can actually do it. Let's do it. 50% loyalty requirement. Maximum propaganda. Yeah, it's already boosting propaganda. So now they're going to have the same effect as the prison, basically. Where orphans will... Not as strong as the prison, mind you, but loyalty will be boosted as long as there's enough workers in here with enough loyalty. Come on, game. You can do it. I just saw a loyalty boost happening. Maybe I need to do 45%. Make sure it's sufficiently staffed, and then a couple people would be really loyal and actually boosting the loyalty still. I can't leave this understaffed. It's just going to raise criminality way too much. Yeah, that seems to work. So there's a bunch of people with more than... Oh yeah, now it filled up with a lot of people more than 50% loyalty. I guess that means we should be able to handle it with 50% then. Okay, so that's just as good as the prison. Very good. Orphans are not allowed to finish their university education if they grow up to 21, so that might still be a source of a decent amount of people with basic education and very high loyalty at that rate. Let's see if we can maintain that. Would be great. I don't see a reason why not. Let's put in very loyal people in here. Basic or higher education. 50 to 75. Any new worker. The existing workers should basically be kicked out because they need to make room for people with more loyalty. They can go work in the clothing factory or something. I think an orphanage in the beginning would still work, but you do need the prison. We need a police station, courthouse and prison, otherwise the loyalty boost is not reliable. Any crime decreases loyalty way too much. And the iron is like all the way over here. Easily. Could have so many iron mines. I was thinking of setting up the iron mines like the oil pumping stations, like several iron mines feeding into a single conveyor belt. I think that would overload the conveyor belt. Can you show the resource map again? Coal. Iron. And oil. Yeah, we have a little bit of a health crisis right now, but it's not too bad. Pandemic. Yeah, students with more than 50% loyalty, which is excellent. I do not know how the loyalty boost in universities or schools work. I thought it was the average loyalty of like teachers that they trend towards, but that is not that's not known to me. That's just an assumption. Maybe they're just trending towards the person with the highest loyalty. But I would assume it works like the orphanages or the prisons, where it is the average loyalty. Pretty sure. Yep, or we can hold 50% in the orphanage now too, meaning that everyone in here will also start trending up to 100% loyalty. Are you going to finish your university education? 100% loyal professor would be kind of nice to have. Excellent. But you dropped to 98% because the university does not have only professors with 100% loyalty. However, before you get released, you're going to get another loyalty boost from the orphanage, and then it will probably be back at 100%. Average loyalty says 50. I don't think it's there yet. Not quite. 49.44. We almost reached the goal. %75% on the heat exchanger, no problem. I wonder if this is gonna go like the same way of like the economy. Once you like fully understand it, or like understand it most of it. I wonder if loyalty is gonna become one of those things. It's like, yeah, I know it's like, I know how it works, but I want to try and set up a republic with no loyalty. That would be something. Because a low loyalty republic is probably a lot more difficult to run. But a high loyalty republic has the potential to crash really badly if loyalty gets out of control. Like suddenly you have a loyalty negative spiral. So many people with high loyalty in here. Sheesh. What about you? Are we full again? We might be full again. This one, right? Yep, that's full. That one's also full. And that one too. Not all of them are very high loyalty yet, of course. But I didn't want to relocate people. I guess we'll open up this one. Yeah, you have low loyalty. You're all gonna move to Prisco. There. University educated, high loyalty. Let's go. Next to the university. %58 loyalty. All of our facilities will be able to do more with fewer workers. So we could go ahead and like reduce the amount of workers in grocers and other facilities. Which is kind of ridiculous. It's just going to be a net benefit to the Republic. Let's replace the secret police vehicles with faster ones. Yeah, even the amount of students is now manageable. 220 16 to 21-year-olds, that's a third of what we had before. This looks a lot more sensible now. Way more sensible. Do we still have room for you? Are we also full on 50 to 75%? You can switch over to 50 to 75. In what situations would you build a water tower? I've built a water tower here, I guess, for the village. We're pumping the water into the water tower, and then the technical service picks up water from the area and can distribute it. So if there's like a supply issue with the water, it would still be able to work because of the contents of the water tower. Maybe I should do that for the city too. Instead of loading directly at the water purification plant, we put a water tower in between. And a water loading station, and then we can load from that. That would give us a lot of like leeway in case something goes wrong. Wouldn't be able to get a notification for it, unfortunately, but still. But yeah, a water tower basically also helps you with like water distribution. So you have to pump it into the water tower, and then it can just, with its inert pressure, water pressure, distribute it from anywhere else too. But you could also just have the water connected to the pump, and then the pump provide pressure directly into the water pipes. But the water tower is, I guess, it's like a water supply with a little bit of a buffer. I don't know. Like, the only situation I think right now is that I want to have a buffer with where I still supply water by truck, I guess. In regular networks, I sometimes use it because it looks cool. And I find it easy to like go to an area, see, is the water fine? Yep, there's water in the water tower, it's fine. So it's like a landmark to check, is the water in the area okay or not? So I guess for future runs, the orphanage opening might still be good, but we would use it to reduce criminality only, not boost loyalty. And then once we have a prison, then we can decide on what to do. Because we have to minimize crime first before we start trying to work on loyalty. I still don't know if it's possible to increase loyalty without fresh migrants. Like, if you like play, let's say, for 10 years, and then you decide, now I want high loyalty. Can you make it work with like normal means? I don't think so. Unless you like somehow manage to get people who have higher education from the border and are always over 50% loyalty. Because from my test, bringing higher educated citizens into the Republic, they do not abide by your loyalty settings. So if you bring them to a bus stop and then they walk to a school, all of the higher educated can work as a teacher, no matter their loyalty. So the people living in the student hall do not show up as 21-year-olds without their own flat. I wonder if they have like a decrease in happiness while they're living in there. Once they finish their studies, I mean. That's a bit wide. That's a bit far. Small kindergarten then? if one of your power substations isn't getting enough power, can you just add another power line to it? Or do you think you need another substation? With the multiple connections, you can add another power line to it. So you can go up to 2.5 megawatts now with the substations by adding enough wires to it. Which previously wasn't possible. But now, since there's more incoming connections, you can actually buff it up to 2.5 with 2 wires. If they have sufficient throughput. I feel like the water tower is for very wide cities. Helps reduce the need for pumps everywhere. Well, you only need a pump once, and then you just use the water switches, right? You have like your water pump at the water purification plant, pushing it with high pressure into the water pipes. And then you just split it up with the water switches, and it's the same as if it was going through a water tower, except the pump is going to pressurize it more. The water tower only gives you like half throughput for the pipes, a little bit more than that, so like 70, 80 cubic meters, I think. Versus with the water pump, you can pressurize it fully, and before you split it, it would have full throughput. Why are there electronic components in here? I don't know. Keep it unassigned for now. We will need it to like hook up a proper rail construction office, a permanent one, but other than that it's not going to do much more afterwards. I still don't know where I want the proper rail construction office though. I think the student hall was also quite important to make sure that the people with higher than 50% loyalty actually managed to finish their studies. Without it, a lot of them would have turned to basic education and not worked in the school or university, I guess. So many assignments in the distribution office now, it's glorious. There's even students in Prusco now with like higher than 50% loyalty. You know what? We're gonna load students now too. Sure. Anyone wanting a higher education also gets loaded. And we're sorting them at the university, basically. It's fine. Means I need another unloading command, I guess. So first you bring them here, unload them normally, and then you force unload everyone who wants a higher education at the train station. Hoping that a train will arrive in time to pick them up to bring them to the other university, I guess. And people with high enough loyalty will then move into the student hall, I guess. So even more loyalty saved. More visitors to the high loyalty university. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back. Shouldn't take too long. Alright. Shortest break. We are now officially over 50 loyalty. Since the, I don't know, 5th of August maybe? Then we reached 50% loyalty. Should only be going up now. No electronics. I don't think the car ownership had something to do with it. But we can check some cars and see if their loyalty has increased after a while. Because I don't think it has. I also don't know why you're giving cars to people with 66% loyalty. Probably when they're like not covered by the secret police, they're like, oh yeah, I definitely have enough loyalty, please give a car to me. But yeah, not really helpful with loyalty directly, but it does mean we can drive some of the people to like far away villages. Like we could set up a parking space here in Prusco and like a small school, and then they could also educate people locally. Then they wouldn't have to take the train anymore, I guess. We'll set up a second loading gate at the customs house, I guess. Not planning for long trains yet. We can rework that after if we need to. 51% now. Is it going to accelerate? So we went from 50 to 50.5 in a month. So if it takes 2 months to go up 1% of loyalty, we're gonna need 10 years to get to 100. Not really. It's 12 months, not 10 months per year. We also have to make sure that we aren't running out of like places inside those buildings with the workers. As some of the buildings might thin out, some workplaces might become like understaffed, which must never happen for the prison. That is, I think, the most important building in our republic. Followed by the orphanage, I think. Well, not really. It's like the prison, and then the university, and then the school, and then the orphanage. The orphanage is nice to have. The orphanage will accelerate things. Because while, like, someone might go and serve a sentence in prison, their children during that time will go into the orphanage and also get a loyalty boost. If they have a child. So you, for example, 94%, you got 2 more ticks coming. And your child is in the orphanage now, also getting some loyalty indoctrination. So that's like a double whammy for the loyalty. Not just the people in prison, but also the children don't go away, so you're increasing your population growth. And they're also gaining loyalty during that time. And if they already had high loyalty, you're not losing that. And if they had really low loyalty, then it's going to improve. What are our main imports? Food. Food is more than fabric. A food factory could work by rail connection, I guess. That would require us to have the local warehouse set up for the city. So we will run people to a food factory, basically. It could also be in Prusco, like we could have multiple things in Prusco. Instead of the road cargo station, we bring it into a warehouse behind the factory and then have a food factory here too. Wouldn't need running water at that point, but since we already have a water connection, that wouldn't be too difficult to set up either. Then Prusco would deal with producing food and clothing, which it could do after we run the clothing factory, I guess, at full capacity, once there's enough workers here. Before that, I think they're better served at making clothing. Like Leader had a nice trick for like making sure you can like free build houses with like the same spacing, and it involved the copy area tool. So then you can just like use this for approximate line spacing. Or not line spacing, but like spacing instead. And that's pretty good. Then they definitely have almost the correct same line spacing, depending on how accurate you want to be with it. Do I really want to build that close to the heating plant? It's 350 meters. It's not that close. But the waste incinerators may be a bit of a more of a concern. 250. We could stop the hazardous waste imports completely. And just deal with the city's waste, and it would be fine. I mean, I did want to build the city out behind the area more than towards the train platform, I guess. Like, on the side of the orphanage, there's a lot of room still. Previous logging area. I didn't want to use high density buildings if I go up the hill though, like not the really dense ones. I think that might look a little bit silly. We still got housing capacity to spare. At least 200. Maybe 250. This one doesn't count because it's the student hall. Well, we got 70, 156, 190, 210, 250, 250 to 300-ish. I want a skyscraper. We're not building a we're not building the giant skyscraper from the modern era. That would be ridiculous. This isn't Mega City 1. The Niebuhr flats will have to wait. %. Loyalty go up. Already over 51%. We never built skyscrapers. I guess you weren't here during Mega City 1. That one had plenty of skyscrapers. Very few prisoners. But that's also like because of the low time that they stay in prison. Someone got busted for 2 crimes, cumulative, serving a sentence of 3.8 years, so 2 crimes of 2 years. You're gonna release with 100% loyalty and basic education. Congratulations. Probably over a year ago? Yes. It has been a while. Mega City 1... 2024. Even the university for the low loyal students is boosting their loyalty. At some point this will become obsolete, I think. But it's nice that even the people with low loyalty have a way to increase their loyalty. Did I tear down the adoption center? Not yet. This one is obsolete now. We're not using that one anymore. It might still be useful in the future, in a different scenario, when I say I only want one orphanage ever, and then excess orphans go into that building, but no, it was the crime all along. The crime was causing the issue, not the excess of orphans. I guess the orphanage problems appeared when we probably didn't like bring everyone to a university and instead of like kept them piled up inside train platforms. This orphanage has like had a capacity of like 60 orphans, and now we're down to 29 again. So yeah, I just overfilled the orphanage probably. "4 years old, 100% loyal to the government. What more can we ask for?" Not even negativity with happiness. Just very low culture enjoyment. But like I said, there's plenty of culture buildings around. Tropico started to become weird when I could build super high glass skyscrapers. It didn't match the theme at all. Yep. When it became about like becoming super rich instead of like staying the owner of a tropical republic, or like not republic but whatever you wanted it to be. And once the trade routes started happening, because that was so much micromanagement. Half my island either looked like the year 2100 or the Cold War era. Cold War era would be perfect, but yeah, the futurism in Tropico was not cool, I don't think. Could have done without that one too. So, Tropico 7, no idea. The screenshots are inconclusive. And the description of what they're aiming for, I didn't like. So I have no idea what to say. Or like, what to expect. I guess the next management game I'm kind of looking forward is like the Guild by a different developer. Europa or something, the Guild. That they did a playtest for that I didn't participate in. So I have no idea what they're planning on doing. I should try Salic. I haven't played Salic at all, really. Which is kind of like the guild, except I guess non-specific era. Played it for 3.4 hours last in 2024. And it seems like it's getting better and better. Maybe we can try that today in the afternoon for a bit. I wonder if there will be Precision 5. I have also not played the Precision series. I do own Precision 4. Rise of a Dynasty, 3.2 hours, and Precision 4 Steam Special Edition not played. No idea what that series holds. Who owns the rights and what they're planning on doing, I could not tell. %80 unemployment due to small children. Birth rate going up. Yeah, I need that that kindergarten here. The Royal Construction Office is gonna move at some point, then the kindergarten will not feel as out of place, I guess. We'll have range to a waste storage, should be fine. Right next to a roundabout too, so the kids have something to look at. But yeah, the idea of like going for very high amounts of higher education to increase the amount of prisoners that have a higher education, I think will hold well for the Republic. But it might also backfire once they will all start demanding electronics and lowering their happiness. From our tests, it didn't seem to lower the loyalty directly. But who knows? Yeah, with this knowledge, I think we could try like a Utopia Mega City 1. Utopia in that sense meaning maximum loyalty. Hello then, Trussi. Welcome. Because what else is there than just to be super loyal to the government, right? Come on now, don't flatten out. More loyalty, please. We made it over 50%, now the goal is 60%, which is higher than what migrants have. Unfortunately, we can't check the first time slot when migrants arrive, because I overrode that when we set the time back 10 years. But that should be... I mean, it's like... Here we had our own population already. And I think you can get up to and over 60%, maybe 58 to 60% loyalty with migrants. It isn't much higher than what we have right now, but it is higher still. Oh, some people with very high criminality. Thankfully that should tick down properly. Yeah, they're all gonna be released with 0 criminality. So if someone stays for 2 years, that's 10 visits plus an extra. So 11 ticks times 5%, so 55% criminality reduction with a 2-year prison stay. That ought to solve most crime cases in the Republic, with a relatively short prison stay. I think we could say that this is re-education instead of like crime and punishment. Like, this is not vindictive crime and justice system. It's just like, yeah, we fix your crime issue and we make you loyal to the Republic. Nothing else needed. .4% criminality is going to go away from the first tick already, and then you have 13 ticks of 5% loyalty, which is going to be 65 loyalty on top of your 33%. So Abramovich, Olenka, Sevolodovna will release with a ton of loyalty. More than 75. Someone with unknown loyalty in here, pushing down the loyalty, I think. That's okay. We got one more research point. Resource map, loyal cars. The loyal cars one, I'm not sure yet. I mean, it would be really useful for like a village style run, I guess, because if you have a really loyal city, then you just drive like very loyal people to outside schools without having to set up train stations, etc. But if you do early start, then you do need train lines anyway, because horses are going to be way too slow. But then I guess you need the train lines to bring the students to the city, not have schools inside the villages. Yeah, the amount of students waiting for party officials inside the party HQ has increased significantly. I hope they're gonna keep up with it. I don't want to set the checkbox yet. I should be able to manage that. Has it increased? I thought we were at 21 students before too. Should be about the same. Four people starving. That's not good. That reduces our loyalty. Who's starving? Must be people over here, I guess? I don't know. People taking a train ride, not getting where they need to go in time. Something like that. %50 loyalty. You can study in the university in the city now, if you want. You don't have to take the train out here anymore. You do have enough loyalty now. Trains are awesome. They can take the train out if they want. They don't have to, it's their choice. I'm not making them do anything. I'm just saying that they can now study inside the city. Which is shorter, and right next to their residential building. Shorter travel time, I mean. That's what they're doing. So yeah, now they can study here. And get even more loyalty. Because travel distance is much shorter. 51% loyalty, and that's just gonna keep going up. Not as much, but still gonna be fine. Big wave of prisoners, apparently. No problem. The kindergarten will help reduce the unemployment. I don't think parents having to take care of their children without a kindergarten reduces loyalty. I've not tested that, not paid attention to that when we did our test. We might have to do a loyalty 2.0 session at some point. I'm wondering if people leave the Republic due to low happiness or low loyalty. I would guess it's due to low loyalty, but I'm not 100% sure. At the very least, you have more consistent loyalty with the kindergarten. Probably, yeah. I also don't think the kindergarten boosts loyalty, even if it has loyal workers in it. But that I also haven't tested. Would be maybe a little bit too early to be able to boost loyalty. $30, $40, $50, $65. Plus everyone here is having children again. Looks like the population growth has started. I think it was. I really think it was slowed down because of the loop that we had with the students. Yep, these houses are filling up again. Okay. More children means potentially more orphans. Still 51% loyalty, what's going on? Okay, it's going up again. Don't make me worry that much. I want to see a 52. I want to get up to 60. We need to set up another settlement. But where? And for what reason? Yeah, very loyal workers in here. Not over 50, but I guess it's average. That's 37 and higher. 35 to 40 is, I guess, average. Should free up a lot more workers. Some of which might go to the train platform. Ten workers dealing with that many children. 79. Is that normal for that building? 100 at high productivity. Okay. really thinking about what I could build, because I don't feel like we need. I don't feel like we need anything. I mean, clothing factory should run with more workers, so more housing in Best Lady is like kind of like what I'm eyeballing. An iron mine would need a ton of workers too, which would probably need another settlement. But until the clothing factory runs with a full amount of workers, I don't see that as that useful. Workers unloading at the train platform would be told to only go to the clothing factory, I guess, at that point. And the clinic, in case there's like an issue with not enough highly educated workers in the area. Which sometimes still seems to happen. The doctor not getting treated. There's no one showing up here. No one cares to work in the area. Okay, now a couple highly educated will show up. Will you wait that long? Excellent. I think that was a visitor from an emergency visit. Otherwise they would have already left, I think. Quick check on all buildings, based on wear and tear across the map. Nothing dramatically over 40%. Everything is still in order. And for vehicles, I will have to set everything to repair at 20% again. Which is putting a lot of vehicles now over that limit, because all the new ones I never set to that limit. So our repair station will have some work to do. Thankfully, distribution office vehicles and repair, like construction offices, are all directly connected to the building and don't need a service vehicle to drive to it. And that's the majority of our vehicles in the area. Tiny bit worried about our fire trucks, but I think it's going to be fine. Sure looks like it. Yep, the loyalty upwards trend is massive and steady. If you want to boost loyalty, you have to take care of crime rigorously. Otherwise, it's just too much loyalty drain. After lessons learned from the last playthrough, how differently would you approach New Siberia save? I don't know, like I would try and build a heating plant in the center of a city. A large heating plant, and see if we can make it work. Because we had the large heating plant right next to the city, and yes, life expectancy was low, but it was still working. So, question is, could we make it work? Just having the heating plant in the city, maybe getting a medical university to start out with. And then researching vitamins and insulation. Later on a technical university for pollution filters and so on. Just making it a little bit more bearable for the people. Otherwise, I don't know if Siberia would be hugely different than our previous attempt. But more loyalty in Siberia would also be appreciated. City must survive, yep. Probably in the case of Siberia, prison labor used for running the heating plant in the center of the city, maybe. Maybe the city center would be a little bit more oriented around the use of prisoners. Right next to the heating plant where the pollution is the highest. Okay, I'm setting up a lot more residential buildings and I feel like the secret police might be getting to its capacity. Is it an issue? I don't know. Because average loyalty is over 50 now, so loyalty boosting measures should still work. And even if we get extra students into the university, they will just have their loyalty increased. Presumably over 50. But yeah, Siberia, I don't know if and when we would go back to that. The map was really cool and difficult. I would like to play it again at some point. But there are other plans in the near future, which probably involve a random map, but maybe also a fixed map for a megacity. We could research automatic tree replanting and also set up a logging industry again by rail connection with just a couple of workers getting sent there by train. The majority of it would be for the fire station, I guess. Do we build out towards a new settlement? Do we try and set up like a harbor settlement? Something over here. I don't know what I would use the harbor for. Like the clothing exports by truck are still fine, and the clothing factory is not running at full capacity yet. The majority of workers is not dealing with that. I guess I'm just waiting until population growth kicks in. We could also bring in migrants from third world countries, but that would lower our loyalty. Although I think they would integrate quite quickly. There's no guarantee. Yep, someone with 44% loyalty, that's fine. Majority of students is high loyalty already. As long as the student hall isn't full, I don't need to raise the loyalty requirement to move in. But if it gets to 50 students, I would push it up to 55 or 60. With 60 being our new average goal, basically. And we haven't seen like a slowdown yet. It looked like it was going to slow down a little bit, and then it started accelerating again. Started looking like it slowed down, and then it went back up. This is way better than our previous loyalty runs. With fewer orphanages to boot. Uh-oh. Eating? Oh, what the hell? What the hell? How did you... Wait, what? No. No. Best lady heating train platform. How? Uh-oh. And money's also out. I think we might have a little bit of a flush of our population. Where are you going? Heading to a repair station. You decided in the middle of this that you wanted to go to the repair station. And then you blocked the train, basically. Temperature at almost freezing. Not yet. We're still fine. It's still okay. Slight increase in visitors to the hospital. Happiness is dropping, but loyalty should be fine. But heating plant is up and running again. Okay, I didn't account for that, I guess. Huh. Now what? That's stupid. But I guess it's allowed to do that. How do we solve that? It shouldn't... Yeah. I guess the way to solve that is just to have a signal here. That the train can never go through that station this direction. Then it is not going to happen anymore. I had those signals that way because of the railroad construction, I guess. So hopefully that'll solve it. A little bit of a happiness drop, as expected. From almost 71 to 65. Health took a nosedive too. Loyalty, not yet. Loyalty is fine. Loyalty is what matters. We're fine. "47 workers to project O. That's ridiculous. There's so many workers here. But again, excess workers will go back to the train platform and get picked up to be sent back to the city. If the train runs on time. So yes, there can be a lot of workers here, but they're not going to wait here indefinitely. We might have to increase the amount of workers here soon. Yeah, I guess that's the downside of having a repair station a little bit further away, but yeah, it does work still. That would have happened even if the repair station was inside Best Lady. Speaking of which, we could build a repair station here, I guess, like a train depot, I mean, here, instead of anything else. Long train depot. And in theory, it would still count as being inside range of the repair station. And then we would have a platform to start developing long trains off of. So that's a good thing to have. Rail distribution office not planned for the area, I don't think. Even the construction material storage, I'm not sure if we need that. But a warehouse for the city would become important as soon as we start producing resources elsewhere. Because then we would like to distribute those resources into a warehouse and get a warning message if it runs empty, before it causes trouble for the city. Basically have like a warehouse for the city that the distribution office takes from, have a rail warehouse that delivers to the city's warehouse, so the rail warehouse would throw a warning first if it runs empty, then the city warehouse, and then it would be the shopping centers. And the city warehouse should be close to the distribution office, probably somewhere on this road. If we don't set up a construction material storage for the construction offices, then yes, we can use this area here. Train depot. And a warehouse for the city goods. I only need the overflow for the food. Everything else we can like store locally with a single warning message, I think. Maybe the chemicals too. Well, chemicals would be important if we run out of... If we run our city on like running water, at that point chemicals would be quite important. So the idea would be... no, that's not gonna work. Well, I guess no, it is going to work. Rail delivery to this warehouse. Train comes in, unloads into this warehouse, which holds all the city's goods. And then we have some overflow warehouses for important things like food and chemicals and other things. The distribution office goes and picks up from the warehouse and drives it into the other warehouses as like overflow storage. So this one is going to complain about running empty first, then these other warehouses will have one for food, maybe a second one for food at some point, and one for chemicals, and then maybe there's something else important that we need at some point. I don't think so. The other goods, like, we need basically to worry about the goods that are important and used up quickly. Gravel, for example, would be used quickly, but it's not important. And also not stored in a warehouse. But food is. Chemicals are not used quickly either, but they're really, really important. Once water stops running, it's quite painful. I'll make 2 food warehouses for now. And a chemical warehouse, I guess, as a bit of a warning system. Although I can't do 2 food warehouses because the game is just gonna get confused. Unless I do a factory connection between them. I guess I could do a second food warehouse that I don't have hooked up to the load from it command that I can activate in an emergency. I think that would be overkill. Come on, flatten the terrain. Bin trick. Remove the building trick. There we go. I guess we'll just build it like that, and later on we can hook up more warehouses if we need to. There's some space here, if we want something else. And then we could do food delivery by train from the customs house, and also chemicals. And clothing would have to go in here too. But then I would have a resource train, I guess, for the city. so we don't have to go to the customs house anymore. Do I want this to be slightly longer? Yeah, sure. Maybe not. Is it gonna work? Oh yeah. Okay, sure. In case the train needs to go and repair and then go back to the warehouse, there will be an entrance from both directions. Can be a decently sized train arriving here. I mean, for the purpose of rail construction, I guess it makes sense to have another signal here, so the other trains aren't interrupted. We'll build up towards this point, unload the food here, and the distribution office will take care of everything. They'll pick up the food and bring it to this warehouse. Ideally. And then I have a two-stage warning system. This one will give me a warning first, while this warehouse then is still completely full. So I get a warning message about low food because this warehouse is empty. And I have like 600 tons of food to react or something, which gives me ample time to make a correction. Otherwise I only have like 5 tons of food to react, which is the food inside the shopping center. And that would be a little bit low. 400 tons. And yeah, if we need more, then we can add more food storage here, if we wanted to. I think that will do. Still connect them with a conveyor belt? No, it's gonna be... I mean, I can't connect them with a conveyor belt because I want a road through here when I want to have multiple warehouses. So I don't want to connect them. I might want a warehouse for, I don't know, like chemicals or clothing, and then I can make like smaller important storages like hooked up to this thing. But I also don't want them like connected by conveyor belt. Because then when they load from these warehouses, they might also load from the delivery warehouse. And the delivery warehouse is supposed to be the warning message, the initial warning message that something is missing. If that makes any sense. So the trucks will have to do a little bit extra work for the purpose of making sure I get a proper warning when the time comes. So one could be chemicals, one could be clothing, one could be mechanical and electronic components, for example. I don't need giant warehouses for the other materials that are used up very, very slowly. Yeah, the warning doesn't make much sense to get it like in huge amounts, so this should be decent, I think. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense, but that's what I'm planning. Really? Too sharp. Almost at 50% higher educated citizens. Still 52% loyalty. It's still growing. A little bit of a slowdown here. We had that before too, so hopefully it's gonna recover. Not too worried about it yet. No 21-year-olds without their own flat, no people inside the University Hall of Residence waiting to move in somewhere. Enough residential buildings available for everyone. Let me know if the orphanage does not have enough tutors. I guess that's gonna be relatively important. Jeez, so much loyalty. Yeah, I think the orphans are gonna be a source of like people with regular education than working in the prison. Unless they can all finish their university education. Which currently it looks like they will be. Or maybe not. Quite a lot of students now. It still doesn't look terrible. Let's go up to 20. I would like for all of them to finish because they have 100% loyalty. But yeah, for the orphans we need to make sure that there's room for them to move into, because they do not go into the 21-year-olds without their own flat pool. They just disappear if they can't find a flat. Which is can be quite devastating. I guess we'll feed them in here. Prison and orphanage. Macabre. A little bit. They find a better life elsewhere, I guess. Maybe. This might be good for fire station access. During winter this could be a problem with no fire station. I mean, it's fairly close already. I'm just probably too cautious. It's probably fine. They drive in here. Yeah, it should be fine. They go to the farm upstream. Yeah. Behind the shed. So we'll have to acquire another train. one that imports food for us and chemicals for now. Basically what is in the temporary warehouse. But we could also, no, we can also import mechanical and electronic components. That can all be done by train. Also fabric. The repair material components basically. Can all be done over the train. How much food do we consume per month? Only 3.3 tons? Oh, that's the whole month. 20 tons. 18 tons. Not that much yet. Come on, loyalty, keep going up. 60%. Yeah, I like the idea of setting up a warehouse complex like that. It's also probably going to be looking a little bit nicer. So we're gonna have chemicals, chem seals. We got clothing. Now that we have a lot of like assignments in a distribution office, it feels a lot easier to do something like that. And then 2 more warehouses for other things, like alcohol. And something else, I guess. What else? Alcohol, chemicals, clothing, no electronics, electronic components, yes, fabric, I guess. Fabric we still need. Because of the vehicle repairs. Not a huge amount, but still. And later on we can hook up like a fuel unloading station this way too. So we have another train, or the same train importing fuel as well. But I think this space would make a good location for hooking up a large train depot as well. Because then we can also repair trains here. And don't have to rely on the hazardous waste area for train repairs, especially for long trains. Still a pandemic apparently. Our health is gonna stay impacted for a while. 50% higher educated now. and growing. "100% loyalty pretty much. Almost done with the university education at age 18 in the orphanage. Very good. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot more loyalty now. And a lot more highly educated too. Once this building has filled up with workers, we're gonna toggle on the next one and so on. Just go through all of them. We have too many connections to that main road. Where? This one? I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of like garbage connections and then the bus stop, which this one is just an entrance, so it isn't a connection. Then we have the alcohol kiosk, which doesn't get that much traffic. An exit for the bus stop here, so yeah. End station, one of the connections doesn't count because it's just a junction for leading vehicles into. I don't think there's too many. I try to pay attention to that. Like, something like this doesn't get vehicles often. It gets food delivery. Oh god. What food delivery? Food delivery? Are you not assigned? You're not assigned. I guess I built that and never set it up. So, no worries. It's just an additional grocer that I never really set up. I just built it. But yeah, it doesn't get delivery often. Should be fine. No wonder it has no traffic. Well, that one I built because I wanted more housing here. Then I built that one in preparation, but the other ones are all delivered too. The other ones are doing fine. We'll have to redo the direct routes of the food delivery trucks from the border to pick up from the warehouse instead. Money's looking okay now. I think the clothing factory is working a little bit better, making a little bit more export than normal. 35,000 for this year. Not that much, but it's something. Oh man, we can make this like really nice and colorful. Are you ready for this? Look at the color. It might be too much. I don't know if we can have that much color in the Republic. It might be too much. Is that too overbearing? Is it too colorful? I don't know. I think like it's too drastic. Like so decadent here. It's like, can we really leave it like that? Are we gonna lose a massive amount of loyalty now? Rainbow row house, yeah. It's like overcast rainbow row houses. Just loaded up my game. My dues can only, my distribution officers can only assign 20 buildings. Do I need to be on the test beta branch to get more assignments? Yes. Version 1116 can do that. Which also has the new small rail construction offices, so if you don't have those, then you're not on the right version. You're welcome. And maybe to like round it off, we could have like a sideways larger warehouse at the end. It's too thick. Just small warehouses all the way is fine. Clothing, fabric, etc. is used in such small quantities. It'll be nice to be able to assign the construction offices to these warehouses though. So I guess some construction material storage will already be present. I think the distribution offices update their existing functionality for saves you already have. It did so for us. I'm really glad they managed to get that into the game. I haven't looked at the Discord yet to see if anyone was like, how am I supposed to like fill up all the 49 distribution office tasks with all the vehicles? It's like the Factorio problem, right? You're like, you're getting more capacity on one end and then you're wondering, why don't I have enough resources for that now? Like it's always the same issue. How's the loyalty going? 52%. We're over 50%. We're aiming for 60. Trying to get more loyalty than the migrants have. The eastern migrants. Although it hasn't grown much recently. At least it felt like. It's just a slow thing. It's still trending upwards steadily, so... Since we changed over to our loyalty system from the science time test, great success. Yes. That works really well. But again, I'm wondering what happens in 1960. I don't think it's gonna affect the loyalty, because I don't think lack of electronics is like a critical part, but I don't know. I haven't seen anyone complaining yet, though I suspect that people that aren't on the beta branch. Yeah, maybe. Might still happen. It's really cool that you can do terraforming with just workers. So even if your excavators and bulldozers are busy, you probably still have some unemployed workers in the area. And that one I'll just leave here for planning purposes, so I don't forget about the depot. It was in range of the repair station, right? Yeah, otherwise it would highlight again. It only highlights people, buildings that are not already assigned to a repair station. I mean, it was kind of weak having a 5-truck distro with all 20 assignments full, only to see 5 trucks sitting there wondering what to do. Well, that's just... Then you're just using the distribution offices for weird things, but I can see it, like, with all the fuel assignments in the city that you could do, with all the, like, gas stations from other buildings, but the reverse is going to be true. You want to see vehicles idling. Because if all of them are busy, what happens if someone gets repairs done? You're not going to know how much overcapacity you are with all the vehicles running. You could be double overcapacity or only like 10% overcapacity. So in my case, I try to run distribution offices with 1 or 2 vehicles idling. But if all of them are idling, then yeah, what are you doing? Good policy, yeah. I mean, the game is like... A lot of people's republics fail because they are, like, building up to the capacity of the moment. And then there's a fluctuation, like, building undergoes maintenance, capacity drops to 70%. Your shopping center, that was running really well before, suddenly can serve only 7 out of 10 people. Instead of, 7 instead of 10 people. So if this ever goes over 50%, I usually try to build something else. Like, consistently over 50%, because like once I get to 70%, if this undergoes maintenance, it's just gonna cause chaos. Death spirals. Yeah, we haven't had those in a while. There's like... If I didn't have the warning messages turned off, I don't know if we would have death spirals anymore. But I like death spirals, so I'm playing without warning messages. What is loyalty at? 52%. Well, it's mostly fuel distro. I have like that indeed, but then you have 2 distros sitting next to each other to fill 30 gas station you have. I only have like... I would have 1 distribution office to deal with the gas stations here, but now I can have like a large distribution office and a couple fuel trucks in it, although I do want a dedicated like fuel distribution office at some point. But yeah, right now it's working for the local gas stations, I guess. It's crazy high for no radio TV on realistic difficulty, very impressive, thank you. I agree, it's very good. I hope we can get to 60. I don't see a reason why it would not allow us to get up to 60. We're getting 100% loyal orphans. We're getting 100% loyal prisoners. Or close to. We should at least. Like, everything is basically pointing upwards. With no crime, or very little crime, loyalty should not take a nosedive, I hope. And so far the upwards trend of the loyalty seems to not take a break yet. At least not a significant one. Ah, that graph is beautiful, I would say. It's like, yep, where is it gonna end up? I don't actually know. Maybe 75 or higher even, because that's what like our education is kind of like positioned at to be. including gas stations. Any building that can hold fuel. Pretty hyped by this assignment boost, yep. Can you show the crime graph? Crime graph? There's no crime graph, is there? I can go to the crime overview. Was there a graph? Where's the tourism? Where was it? Here. There's no graph. Oh, I guess this one. For how long? This year, last year, all time? Like, we had a lot of police not going to the crime scene, and then it solved. It got solved. This year, last year, 131 crimes last year. All solved, except five of them. Which are probably in Brusco, I would assume. The year before that, 118, 170. And then, yeah, we had more crime earlier. And with fewer population. But yeah, crime is under control, I think. There's been a decrease in crime since 1930 when loyalty started improving. But I think that's not the correlation, is the indirect. Loyalty started improving because crime decreased. High loyalty does not mean no crime. I think no crime means high loyalty. Or like, can have high loyalty. I'll start doing crimes in chat until I get Anno then. That's not how that works. I don't even know Anno 117. Yeah, I think if we do a mega city run, I would start with hazardous waste incineration. It would depend on like what hazardous waste we get, depending on how complex we have to make it. But I would like to build a city based on districts. So I would like to have a leisure district, like a culture district or something, education district, and then we could set them for loyalty settings. Might be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind if they had like an update where you could draw the district borders a little bit more precisely. Or like, I'm gonna ask for an overlay for the building settings. So you can like have an overlay that shows all building settings. Overlay for residential building settings. Because I would like to see at a glance which buildings have I set for higher education, high loyalty, for example. Maybe people are gonna use that more now. Maybe it's gonna become a thing where people actually try and manage the loyalty of their cities. And then you still have the means with the electronics and the radio and TV to make it more stable without that much input. Isn't that just ugly American suburbs dividing sectors by speciality? No. It's like city planning, I guess. Not everything is a mixed district. Doesn't mean I don't have any residential buildings in the culture district. Of course there would be people living there, but it would be mainly about people going to that area to receive culture instead of anything else. And maybe we have like urban trains, if we can't have trams. That would be a lot of like smaller cities tied together, I guess. China has a lot of towns to serve a certain industry. Yeah, that works too. Build like a steel plant, a steel mill setup. and run it with 3 towns. Could also work. Housing alone, work alone, culture area. Like I said, the culture would also have housing. Alright, let's see. Mostly food. And then it's going to be one of the other ones. 1, 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That only leaves 3 for food, I guess. Fabric is way over done, so that one's gonna be half, 35 tons. Let's see. So 1. Let's do it differently. 5 food can be 35 then. Alcohol is 50 tons is okay. Clothing can be half, so also 5, that's 40. Electronic, mechanical components and plastic is fine. So we'll do it that way. Train will deliver here. We'll shift the resources over. And then we have a much larger capacity for food. As a buffer. Alright. Reload from here. Unload into this warehouse for now. Clothing and chemicals. No import for now. Just shift the resources over. Make this warehouse empty pretty much. You will pick up from the other warehouse now. Actually, we'll pick up from the mini warehouse once we have it. But clothing deliveries need to arrive at the train warehouse, yeah. Train warehouse makes sense. It's the first line of defense. Once all the resources has been transported over, we can get rid of this one. You can go here, pick up whatever, wait until loaded and transport it to the warehouse too. Help with the shifting of the resources for now. Rail construction also needs to be done, of course. It's going to take a while. Alright, I'll move the chemical truck over. We must not forget to change that to its mini warehouse in the future, I guess. And then we should be disconnected from the customs house for most things, and we can then slowly start delivering our own supplies over here, like make our own food, bring it into the same train station, instead of like picking it up from the customs house. Which we would do once the clothing factory is running at like full level, which it isn't doing yet. Because we don't have enough people living here. 53% loyalty. Very good. The student hall has run through, so education is running at good enough efficiency. 102% productivity, age 22. Gonna finish education very soon. Very nice. The start of a logistics network, yeah. I really like the small warehouses. I think they're gonna make it look pretty neat. Hopefully there's not gonna be any traffic shenanigans with too short road connections or something. Why are you not... Oh, lack of gravel. Okay. Right. Sure, we'll start bringing gravel to you again. We will want to build everything. Honk. That one's pretty beefy. Concrete the world. It's mostly gravel, but we're gonna put some airplane roads in. Some prefab. Make it look a little bit more intentional. So that's clothing. Only clothing here. So now the distribution office, well, it's currently also unloading in here. Once it's done, once we've shifted everything over, we'll only load from this area and unload it into the small warehouse. And then it can load from both, unload into this, but also unload into everything inside the city. Which will mean that this one will get unloaded, emptied out first, I mean. And then this one. What's the level? 90%, okay. It still has to supply the city, of course, so it can take its time. Rip money? It's not that bad. But sort of is, yeah. Are we importing something? I mean, it's all the building construction, I guess. It's not that expensive, though. Let's get another waste train and double our throughput on this customs house. We might have to extend the capacity of the waste dumps, but I don't think that would be a huge undertaking. Do I need more gravel removal? I don't think so, right? No. So 4 hazardous waste cars. Wait. I don't need another coal one. We don't need that much coal transportation. I guess I could do... I guess I'll... Yeah, let's do 4. So no coal, just gravel. And I don't think I need another train car because I can take that one from the other train. Let's make this into shunting trains. Or like small trains. Bring the train cars in. With those trains, they might be short enough to have another waste train car, but let's not overdo it. The incinerator is going to have a lot of work to do this way. Oh, sorry. Gotta go back. I forgot to detach the gravel train car, even though it isn't necessary. It could all be attached to one train, but I still want it to be split up a little bit. There. Copy that over. Alright, Now they can run in parallel, I guess. This will create a lot more waste. But also probably a bit more money. Takes a while to empty that one out. And then the train we just freed up can handle the transportation of goods to the warehouse. I just have to provide enough train cars to actually manage it. So we don't have to buy another large train. Alright. Unload that little bit, let the other train load, I guess. Question if I may, when were you able to start laying tracks starting 1900? Also started 1900? The Royal Construction Office since 1907, it's 1909, but there's still no track layers available. Are horses able to move them anyway? Yes, horses are able to move them. I was able to start in 1919 when the first rail construction vehicle became available. April 1919, I think it was. And you have the large horse carriage, the flatbed. You can carry a disassembled version of them. And yeah, started 1900 and also had to wait that long. If you don't want to wait that long, maybe you can try turning the or like disabling, like making all vehicles available for a brief moment, buying the LTC and then turning it back onto locked vehicles. So you have like one rail construction vehicle if you want it. The first steam locomotives proper become available in 1912. So this one becomes available in 1912 already. So you wouldn't have to wait too long for getting a use out of your track afterwards. This one, 1912 to 1972. Oh, right. I need to set the train car to the correct cargo. It's already on gravel. Good. Because it's not supposed to load coal at the border. The earlier locomotives would be annoying to model and animate. Do you do all the track signaling as well? Yeah. I'm running a single track network, so I have a lot of areas where there's only a single line of track running. So I have to signal everything. Almost done with the content. gonna be food only. Electronic components, like these ones, I don't need to fill up that much, but might as well, I guess. Yeah, and fabric, I guess. And then I don't think we have anything left. Like the last warehouse, I don't know if we need it. Plastics, I guess, for the future. Maybe electronics, if we want to supply electronics to the most loyal citizens only. I don't know. I think we are going to make do without electronics at all. Oh, we could make them happier with alcohol too. Too much. Nah. It's fine. It's fine. Booze. Beer. Clothing's already full, huh? Well then, I guess... distribution office. Unload into clothing here, I guess. And also chemicals, probably. Klassiker. I am wondering if I should make another unloading platform for just the food. So I can have 2 trains waiting here, because the food train is gonna have to run very, very often. Would have 1 train for food and 1 for the rest of the cargo. I don't even know if the customs house can handle this right now, because it's also going through 1 track over the passenger platform, which is its own waiting area. It would basically get blocked right now. Oh, it could potentially get blocked. No, not really. If there's a train waiting here, if there's 2 trains waiting here to leave and there's 1 train here that tries to enter, then yes. So with 3 trains we could get a gridlock. At that point I would need the extra line and signal this for one-way traffic. But 2 trains could run in parallel. waiting siding is a good idea. I'm wondering of that, yeah. We could have a waiting siding on this side before they enter, so we have like multiple trains that can wait on the area before they decide to enter the food storage. Either side of this is fine, really. Almost looks like double tracking, doesn't it? But yeah, once the demand is high enough. Oh, how does that work? Oh, right. I know how that works. Okay, sure. There's no signal here, which is why that is working. Yeah, now it should be fixed, I think. So we need food, chemicals, fabric, mechanical, electronic components, pretty much everything we designed warehouses for. The train can be 170 meters long from the customs house point of view, and here I think I had 150 at the very least. 150 at the very most, so 150. It's all the same wagons, basically. If we go by the distribution of our warehouse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Minus plastics. So we need 7 materials right now. 7 times 12 is 70 plus 14, so 84. And then we have a train car for each material, plus like maybe 3 or 4 extra train cars for food. $12 train cars? 12 train cars. Chemical, fabric, alcohol, clothing, electronics and mechanical components. Let's dive into the loans. Where was I? Oh, not that one. This one. Chemical, fabric, alcohol, clothing. No, not clothing. We don't need clothing. Clothing is handled by trucks right now. So electronic components, we need 1 more for mechanical components. Then we go back over to food. So we got 5, we go up to... Let's add 5 food wagons. That's the train we're gonna make. Get out of the way. Probably gotta run 3 times. Don't think I'm gonna be able to load 5. I can only load 2. I'm gonna have to run 5 times. I should have bought them at the other customs house, I guess. But yeah, in the future we could split up the trains based on like what they're supplying. The delivery warehouse could have another warehouse next to it to deliver other resources, or just a waiting platform, a cargo platform. customize the train, designating each cargo wagon to hold a specific type of resource. I'm not going to do individual percentages per wagon, although we could also do that since I don't need that much fabric. But then we can transport the fabric from our warehouse setup to the clothing factory and vice versa. Then that route would also not have to go to the border anymore. Last delivery. All right. Should be less than 150 meters. 135. I'm going to tell it to load whatever it wants and bring it to this warehouse. Unload everything. Wait until unloaded for food, and then unload one more time. Depending on how long the train had to wait to unload food, it might be able to unload more cargo. And then the wagons. The first wagons are all going to be food. And then these are all going to be individual cargo types based on the other components. We might need another wagon for chemicals, but I'm not sure. Clothing we don't need, and plastics we currently don't need. So that should be everything. And now our train has a certain amount of capacity for the resources. So mechanical components, food, fabric, chemical, alcohol, and so on. Alcohol we might need another train. We'll have to wait and see. A slightly longer train, but yeah. It's going to be expensive. How's the temporary warehouse looking? Not quite empty yet, huh? You're working on it. And the rail construction here also needs to finish, so you are going to just wait. Can you make mechanical components yourself? I could, but I would have to import steel and set up a factory, and I don't have enough workers for that yet. I didn't realize the rail construction wasn't done yet. Turn around, go back to the depot until that is done, I guess. I thought we were done with that already. Well, it gives us time to clear out this warehouse proper, I guess. So much clothing storage, 70 tons. I can make everything myself if I really want to, and if I have the workers for it. No sign of slowing down with the loyalty yet. Now we have fewer 16 to 21 year olds than 7 to 15 and 0 to 6 year olds. This is more normal, I think. Because the previous age gap is the largest, 7 to 15, I would expect there to be more children in that one. 57% higher education. One 21-year-old without their own flat. No one in the student hall. Who could it be? What loyalty? Is it gonna be really high loyalty? It's very likely. Like, we're producing so many very loyal people right now that I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be. It's not someone with just basic education and high loyalty, so it's either someone with university education and high loyalty, or someone with lower loyalty, less than 50%. But nope, that would also not be true. So it must be the university educated person. Yep. And then someone else also moved in. Okay, sure. Then we'll open that one up also for highly educated people. Our whole city will be highly educated workers. Is this university still being used? Barely, but yes. Now we finally... Who's delivering chemicals here? What? Oh, you are delivering chemicals? That's why we didn't run out of chemicals. That's why we're using so much money. Don't unload in here. Jeez. I've been importing so many chemicals. Yeah. No more chemical deliveries, come on. So, chemicals, clothing, and then everything else arrives, well, even the chemicals will arrive by train. The clothing is the only thing that will be shifted around by truck. Clothing consumption is very slow, plus we're making our own clothing. But the trucks will pick up fabric from this area. How are they already... Wait, oh crap. No, stop it. Okay, they were still... They were assigned for a brief moment to... Oh, they're assigned to unload in here. Right. You're all filling it up right now from the border. Stop that. No meat storage. Meat train could also arrive here at some point. I'm overloading the work of my trucks, sending them all to the border to fill up the warehouses, which is not something they were supposed to do right now. But yeah, that explains our monetary situation, I would say. But it's like a precursor to once the train starts running and importing it with high capacity. At least the rail construction is almost done. So we can run the train very soon. Alright, good job. The warehouse is empty. Unassign the distribution office. And then you can go to the depot again. And we can get rid of this warehouse. I think I stopped them from importing food, didn't I? That's probably a bad idea right now. Go back to importing food, thank you. Once the rail construction vehicle is done, we can send out the train, and then everything should be in order. We will then have to reassign the unloading warehouses also to load. But I didn't want to do that right now because we had this one to set to unload as well. But now we can do it. Because they do need a place to load the items that they want to deliver from somewhere. Is the food warehouse not assigned yet? There we go. Important one. Although, border assignment, etc. Wait until the train is there. Okay. Just waiting for the train delivery now. To sort it all out. Getting through this busy section of the track is kinda difficult. We have to build this planned double track to the border. Then it would also be way easier for the rail construction vehicles to make their way through here. Alright. Now it did it. Maybe a dedicated distribution office that handles food distribution would be a good idea. Food and meat. The things that maintain loyalty. 54%. And also, at 2,500 citizens, we get another research point. Population is growing like crazy. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna put a cut in here. I'm gonna take a short break, and I'll come back with something else. Finally, yeah, finally population growth. Or did you mean finally a break? I'm sure you want me to take a break. I'm pretty sure you want that. But yeah, good fun. I think this warehouse area is like also pretty cool looking. And not too complicated. Needs a lot of assignments. Pop growth, yeah. I figured. Let's overwrite the Mega City 1 save on accident and never be able to recover that. Anyway. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back in an hour or two. We'll probably take a look at Cyalic, a game I haven't played in 2 years, and I never really played much before then either. Until then, I'll rate you over to Zadelier, who's playing Europa Universalis 5. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If you don't know what Europa Universalis 5 is, it's a grand strategy game set in the time from 1337 to 1837, playing most of the countries in the world at that time, going through a lot of revolution, enlightenment, exploration, colonization, and so on. It's a really cool game. I'm waiting for the next update, I think, to continue with it, though. But yeah, we'll see. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.